Oh, can I not edit the clip? Okay. So, yep, let me get the chat going. And yeah, what's everyone up to today? How y'all doing? All right, boop, boop, boop. Put that where it needs to go. And, yeah, so the part where we left off yesterday. We ended up getting telemetry. We can see logs from our click event, but we're not getting the Pinot instrumentation to kick in. So it seems like there's something up there. And if we think about foo2 and bar2, are we seeing any of that over here? We are. Okay, so that does mean that the auto instrumentation here for instrumentation HTTP is actually working. So one thing is we could probably bring this in. But what all do we end up doing here, right? What goes into this? So it's input configs, it's an instrumentation config map. We go look at what a config map is. Type of instrumentation map. Right. And then if we look, the Pinot instrumentation is going to be in there. So all of this is already downloaded. So we didn't need to do our own like custom install for it. So if we look at the Pinot instrumentation, there's the get config and set config, and there's an init as well. There's a constructor. Oh, interesting. So hold on. We see Pinot right there. We see instrumentation Pinot here, and we see it loading directly. But I don't think we need to do that. I think instead... Yeah, I feel like this is wrong. So if we look at the code, get node auto instrumentations would be this. And they're not complaining about this object, but what if I just do... See, I don't think we're getting any types on this. Oh, okay. So it does not exist on type Pinot instrumentation config, which is not what we were seeing here. This is the instrumentation itself. This is the config. So then log hook, log keys. So we're doing all of that. We just pass it as the object instead. So instead of doing the whole like new thing, we just pass what we were doing here. And that'll pass it through to the instrumentation for us. So we can get that. Let's remove that comment. So we'll leave the log keys. I think I want to do something here. So we'll do span.setAttribute, and it's just two things. This is log or just example log, something like that. Log key and example log value. So if we do something like that, let's clear this buffer. Probably want to get rid of that export modification. I don't think we need it anymore. And I think it's adding a bunch of noise. Because we know that we're in there now. So yeah, if we go in here, concurrency we don't care about, failed we don't care about, and shut down and export we don't care about anymore. So now we can start this server. There will be less noise. And theoretically, we should be able to see some of these logs now. All right, so we're ready now, theoretically. Let's restart our server. Or not server, like reload the page. That will actually recompile this page, and we should see some stuff. So yep, we're seeing hotel call, taking in a bunch. I can't even get to the bottom because it's taking in so much. We see the bar too in a bunch of places already. Looks like 8 places so far. Right? Cool. We're seeing it even more. Now what I want to do is do a search for that example. We don't see that. So, interestingly enough, we see the log happen, but we're not seeing it with the extra stuff we wanted, and it's not making it over to our server. So that means that something is still wrong in how we're doing this part. Right, so there's our Pinot log hook. A lot of that looks right to me. Let's get rid of some of these other things. Oh, and the Mac Mini is sweating. Actually, let's do this. I know it's usually not a good idea to split the order of these things, but I want to do it just within this same file, just to see what happens. So we'll do that. We'll do logger.info. Logging. Sure. I'm going to stop and restart the server just in case. We're going to clear the buffer here. That's going to recompile. We saw that logging statement. We did not see anything over here, so that doesn't bode well. Node.js Pinot, or let's do Hotel Pinot instrumentation. Not working. Oh, okay. Well, this is getting deep. I'm worrying that Next.js is doing something slightly different than what we would expect. I wonder if the import semantics are getting in the way. Right? Like if I switched it to require, would it solve anything? And I might want to do like a timeout as well. Ooh, music's a bit quiet right now. Had it turned down from the video. There we go. Ooh, now hold on. Did we just see something? We see the file system stuff. We don't see example making it through. We also don't see log hook over here. And yeah, what's up, Standard? How you doing? So we see our message logging. We see clicked. We see rendered. We don't see log hook. We don't see example. I think I want to turn off the file system stuff. Got to pick up some sushi. There you go. What type of roll do you like to eat? And yeah, KFC sushi, that does not sound good. That does not sound good whatsoever. Yeah, Kentucky Fried Kasushi. There you go. A span is just, think of it as a session, right? So there are going to be multiple actions within a span. And those are typically your traces that are tied to one use of your thing. Yeah. Yeah, one way of thinking about it is when you're doing serverless stuff, right? Everything is its own request ID. So how do you tie these things together into a span that represents a user's actual, like, requests? Seeing all of them individually doesn't help you nearly as much as seeing them as a group. That's the way I understand it. I could be wrong. Just do this, they're gonna complain, then I can go maybe see what that is? No? Let's just go look at the instrumentation HTTP. Oh, no, it's gonna be the node auto instrumentation. I know I saw something about file system stuff somewhere. Node auto instrumentation ignore fs. I'd probably want to do that. All right, we're gonna clear this buffer, stop and restart this server, and then let's try again. So we're launched up. We do a refresh. This feels way less noisy, like we're not getting all that file system jump, which is nice. But we don't see Pinot in here at all, right? Yeah. Interesting. So we'd want to get the logger, or not the logger, the tracer. Okay, so they're manually calling tracer.init. When instead we may want to manually do a trace. I don't remember where trace was even coming from. So console.trace is a thing. That's not what we're looking for. We could import it directly from OpenTelemetry API. Looks like Next has one too. So trace is just a function. This gives us a span. It should be going now. Does calling that directly do anything for us? Now this is the part I'm less sure about because we don't see that file getting reran. So we don't see this logging happening again. So I think that stuff's getting cached for us. So we gotta like stop and restart for sure. We're gonna clear this buffer. And yeah, what's everyone up to? Anything fun? Alright, so that reloaded. And I really didn't see anything over here. Which is not good. That would hint to me that this didn't go in anywhere. So what if we do it over here? Yeah, we get those comments too much. Sorry about that. All right, so we give this a span of, I don't know, render. Sure. Logger is already created. Logger.info, logging in page, render. Sure, we can do either one. We'll do a full refresh. All right, we see those logs, but I don't think we see any of that over here. And that is a problem. Yeah, so we don't see logging in there at all. I don't know why. This might be a Next.js thing. Let's go look at the highlight code now. And we should probably close down some of these tabs that we just don't need anymore. Or that we can grab again easily. Oop, actually wanted that one still. All right, so I mean, there's the thing in the title. There's the command for OTel. And we have a today command. If you don't understand any of those terms, I'm not really that keen to explain everything about it to you. Sorry. Thank you. So let's go to where this is in their code, and let's start trying to like comb through what we see in here. So highlight next. This is the biggest part of their code, right? We go into the source code, and we could start looking at some of these things. So yeah, next client here. This looks like front-end stuff. So yeah, server.test here. See, start next and stop next. Where are those coming from? Ah, they're just functions that get defined. Got it. So then they define them here, such as start next and start mock OTel server. Where is start next? Oh, it's void for now. Where does it get assigned? Okay, so that's coming in from there. That's the mock OTel server. Oh, okay. Here we go. Oh, stop next is what gets returned from start next. Brain fart. Yeah, so start next is down here. Promise gets returned, and then kill child is the thing that becomes stop next elsewhere. So yeah, the util folder ends up having stuff. Let's look at the instrument server, maybe? So it's a function for instrumenting the server. Got it. So H is highlight run node. Got it. And that's where we do something like record metric. So maybe that is what we need to look at next. So highlight node here. That's the highlight interface. It gets initialized. We check if we're inside of a node runtime. If not, that means we're at the edge, probably. Node H. Where is Node H coming from? That would be... highlight run slash node. Okay. I think I get it. So that actually is a different SDK. All right, if we look at node here, H here is the SDK, highlight is the client. So let's look at SDK. That ends up being the interface. Things get defined here. So they expose the interface maybe for like other implementations, which is interesting. I'm curious why they didn't just use type of for this, but maybe it's so that other people or just other SDKs could implement this from scratch. I find that strange because it seems like a lot of this could just be inferred from this type right here. So record metric, this is the one that we've seen in a bunch of places. Highlight object.log. Where is that defined or instantiated? I see. I find it very strange that they do it this way. But it's mainly because they're trying to avoid the class. And then, yeah, they don't end up using this. I guess that is a different thing. Okay, so we might want to look at how the client is doing some of that logging. And they actually do the node auto instrumentation thing. Ooh, fancy. Okay. So we're on the right track with this. We see them doing basically the same thing. Ooh, hold on. There we go. Do a quick reply. And yeah, how you doing, Avua? So yeah, this part right here. Sure, we're getting the adders we are applying the span adders to the record that is being logged, which I think is interesting. And then they do a custom span processor. I think this is where it'd be good to have something like GitLens giving us some like traceability of what went into this. Interesting. So maybe we either use GitLens or GitKraken to see which of these things were like newer as well. Because I have heard them say that there are some very like specific things they had to do to make this, like to make Highlight's client or SDK work with like the Edge runtime versus like a Node runtime. Because a Node runtime, you end up having basically like the whole, you know, session for a user or whatever, theoretically. Whereas on the Edge runtime, it's all serverless, so it's all like individual functions. And tying those together into a trace becomes more effort. Again, I need to talk with them a bit more about it. But I want to like understand a bunch of this first too. So yeah, we end up seeing their custom span processor. We see them setting up the instrumentations, a log hook, pretty nifty. We might even do the same thing just for the sake of it. But then this is the actual class that is used in a bunch of their other SDK stuff. And if we look at it, this is where they're doing a bunch of like this kind of like classy kind of stuff. So, okay. Right, they're not fundamentally opposed to the idea of a constructor. It's more about using it where it makes sense. So yeah, the instrumentations get added to Node SDK, which is what we're doing up here, right? We're doing it all directly inside. Oh wait, are we? Wait a minute. Where are we doing the new Node SDK part? That's up here. I think I want to register instrumentations before we do the SDK then, which I don't think I realized. And it looks like I want to add the instrumentations to our SDK there. Yeah, so let's get rid of that. All right, if instrumentations are passed into Node SDK right there, that would mean that I am missing a step. I am definitely missing a step. Okay. I see. So that's why we wouldn't want to do this directly there. And I'm also wondering, hold up. Hold up. We register the instrumentations there. Get node auto instrumentations is its own thing there. So this already returns an array. So we were doing an array within an array that might have also been broken. So if we do that part, right, the instrumentations, and then we pass the instrumentations to here. Oh, come on, computer. That might do it. So now we're going to clear this buffer. restart this server. Clear this buffer too, just in case. Hey, what's up, Sublig?
Thanks for the support. Sublig, in the realm of superheroes, would undoubtedly be a beacon of light navigating through darkness. Possessing the power to manipulate light in incredible ways, they could create solid light constructs and lead paths of illumination in the darkest places. Born in a town with constant darkness, they found a glowing meteorite which infused them with these radiating powers. Always known for their adaptable mentality, Sublig could shift the intensity of light emitted, enabling them to be either blindingly bright or nearly invisible. Despite their shining disposition, they always remain humble, underscoring the beautiful oxymoron that is Sublig. They are Sublig, the Luminary Guardian.
That one was good. That was really solid, wasn't it? So yeah, if you want that audio clip, I can download it and send it to you. Just send me a message over on Discord. It's the easiest way to send out the audio clips. So we're still not getting those logs. Yeah, all right, cool. Let me get it downloaded, and yeah, then it'll be ready when you're ready. And hell yeah, Four Wheel. Appreciate you. Hey, there you are. I'm just looking at the history. That preview picture. Awesome. I like the history of the PM. That's a solid one. Yeah, that was a good preview pic. When was that? That was back in 2022? Okay. It was like me getting the last drop out of my drink. Okay. So, yeah, we're not getting any of the logs that I kind of expected to get. We click that twice, what happens? We see nothing. We do see the logs over here, but that is not what we were expecting. Now, I do really like what they were doing. So, hold up. Let's go to their code real quick. I quite like this. But here's the big thing. We're not seeing any of this get logged, so this Pinot log hook is just not working, right? We would have seen that. Wait, what just happened? Oh, I think that was an over-the-air update. No big deal. And I think this is the big problem, right? We're not seeing any of this logging happening. We could probably look at what's happening inside of instrumentation Pinot and see why it's not working that way. But I don't think that would give us that much value. Yeah, if this isn't firing, then there's not much else we can do. So let's double check, right? We're passing our instrumentations where they need to go, right? We register them there. We pass them into the SDK. We see, yeah, we're calling SDK start. That's actually not a bad idea right there. So import log from log.js. Are these internal logs or external logs? I think that's another big part. Record metric. So this dot tracer, where is that being set? Trace dot get tracer? Okay. And where are they getting trace from? There. Okay, so OpenTelemetry API instead of the node one that we're doing. Or not node, but next one that we're doing. Where'd I even bring that in? Let's do import trace from OpenTelemetry API. Get active span. Oh, does not exist on that. Oh, span.end instead of stop. Curious. If we don't have a span, span is equal to trace dot was there no like new span? All right, so we're gonna do const foo is equal to this. It's actually just tracer. Let's do that. Keep it less ambiguous. So tracer dot get tracer, and we need to give it a name. Where are we creating a tracer? Maybe it's just next.at. And yeah, it could be part of the problem that this instrumentation.node.ts file isn't the right place to do any of this like fiddling. That could definitely be a thing. Not sure what the fix for it is, but we'll keep looking. So instrumentation library. Okay, we see our tracer, tracer provider, sampler, span limits, the resource. We don't have an active span though. Let me try something here. If we go and set this within a page, we see something else. Okay, so we end up doing that. Span.stop doesn't exist. We are going to do logger info. We are going to do that part there. So we see that span is undefined right there. As we go to refresh this page, do we see an active span at the time of render? Because that would be something completely different. And if we see a span there, then maybe there's some stuff we can do with it. It does look like we have an active span in the render. Nice! Okay. So what that does mean is that we could do something like span dot maybe add event. Attributes or start time. Render start. Foo bar. Alright, so foo is no good because this type is no good. Oh, never mind. So we can send any old attributes we want. Okay. We're seeing rendered and logging in rendered, which is good. Let's try and reload it. And yeah, no worries, Subleague. Yeah, happy to send that to you. So we do see the name of this span event, render start. Data type is traces, though. Bonas, thank you for the follow, and I might have said that wrong, but close enough, right? Yep. How do we auto instrument console.log? So these are the packages that they recommend. We've got most of these. God, it's so basic. Oh god, I hate how they update the URL as you're scrolling. Dude, so user hostile. Do you see how many, like, things we have in here? Dude, logs.io, that is one of the worst user experiences I have ever seen. Yeah, dude. And it replaced my entire history. That is such a broken experience. Yeah, big ol' yikes. Yeah, vomits. Exactly. But ACM, why do you ask about the video games? Or ACM. I might have said AMC. Whatever. You know what I mean. So yeah, auto instrument console.log. Can I, like, thumbs down this one to never see it again? No? Interesting. So yeah, client instrumentation for the browser is experimental. That's a planning tool for features. Got it. Yeah, not a lot of good examples and docs. Let's see. Some of this stuff should be pretty easy for ChatGPT. How can I get console.log statements to show up in my hotel OpenTelemetry data? I mean, it's not what I was expecting to do. I don't pay for this. I don't use it enough to justify paying. Yeah, if you use it a lot, it's worth it. I've used it more in the past couple days than I've ever used it. Just because there isn't great documentation for these things. Now, granted, some of these things are documented, but they don't make it immediately obvious how relevant it is. So here, getting the trace and adding an event kind of makes sense to me. But I'm not sure it's any better than what we're already doing. So I guess here's the thing. We're adding it to the span, right? So we're doing trace.getActiveSpan. It's still being added to traces, though. And maybe that's fine? Well, if we added please, it might be a lot better. Interesting. You know what I could add to make things a lot better? A lemonade. I got more lemonade mix right before stream today, so let me go grab that. And I guess I'm just fundamentally misunderstanding where and why. I mean, I'm I'm not phrasing this right. Why is it that it's being added as a trace rather than a log? Right? If we look at our Loki logs, we got nothing. Right? Last 3 hours, run query. I got nothing. Right? No labels. So we're not getting log values. So how is, like, yeah, this just isn't that useful then. Like, what's even the point of setting up... hold on, where is it? Yeah, what's even the point of setting up a log, receiver, processor, and exporter if none of our actual stuff is going out to them? Now, I can understand why a log outside of a trace is less useful. Sure. But I still think it's weird that it doesn't even allow us to do it. Like, in the instrumentation way that we're trying to right now. Right? We can totally, like, mock a log, right? Sure. There we go. There's a log. It's going out to the server. We should be able to run this query and see something. Sure. Exporter. OTLP. Run the query. And bam, yeah, we get that log. Cool. But that is so much less useful. Because we can only get it if we do this part. We're not getting it from our instrumentation or whatever. So yeah, we can do span add event. We can also do a trace add event. But no matter what, it ends up kind of being the same thing. Ooh, and hold on. We'd want to get the tracer that we're using too. So yeah, we'd have to like know the name of our tracer. What if that isn't there? Let's look at some of what they did too. And Schiller, what's up with your doc type thing? So yeah, not better, but different. Oh, okay. So maybe like once you've done both, you get more value out of it? Sure. So for them to get the current trace. Oh, so this is just plain wrong. They hallucinated this part, or it's an old SDK. I mean, Schiller, like, why did you send it? Why was it a relevant comment? Or was it just a mistake? So yeah, trace.addEvent doesn't exist. It's not on the API. Could be an older part of the API, but it isn't. No, I don't have ChatGPT as a sub. I just don't use it enough, and I don't find it that valuable. Right? Especially because it does stuff like this that just isn't a thing. Would GPT-4 be better at this? Yeah, but probably not $20 worth. If the demo of your free tier doesn't sell me on the usefulness of something, why would I spend money on it? That's ridiculous. And yeah, Tesham, thank you for the follow. And hey, what's up there, KC? What you up to over there? Sorry, that was a couple minutes ago. Sure, Chiller. Yeah, we could try Claude. Son of a bitch.
Talk to the hand.
Yeah, I mean, Chiller, I would simply say, if you want good feedback from questions like that, don't do something as spammy as I cannot stand light mode. Right? How much do you think we want to respond to someone with that mentality? Right? Fine, dislike it, but you completely ruin the context of your previous question if you're going to do something as spammy as a comment like that. And yes, if we were talking in real life and you asked me a question and I hadn't gotten to answering it yet, and then you interjected with a thing like, but I hate dark light mode or whatever, right? Would I actually have any interest in answering your previous question? Right? Actually think about having a conversation like this in real life. And then you asked again. So, like, dude, I don't know, man. Chiller, you're not being very chill. Chiller, why are you making it so hard? Hey-o. There you go. Nice break. Nice. Ooh, and Jimmy McNulty. That is a good reference. I just watched Punisher Warzone last week. And, yeah, like the actor that plays Jimmy McNulty plays Jigsaw, or whatever. He was supposed to be doing a New York accent. He was doing his Boston accent, which is funny. He was more of a Boston accent than a New York accent. Yeah, we talked about it, but I just recently watched Punisher Warzone, though. So I just thought it was funny. The actor that played it, you know, I wanted to make that comment about his accent. Because I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be New York. Maybe it was supposed to be Boston. And then other people were messing up their accents. I don't know. But if it was Boston, they wouldn't have been doing the Italian mob. They would have been doing the Irish mob. So, I don't know. Anyway, I'll be right back. Let me go grab my lemonade mix and maybe a hoodie, just because These armrests suck. But yeah, what's up, Bobzinho? So yeah, I'll be right back. Give me a sec. All right, grabbed my slippers and a hoodie. A couple chips. So technically, Dominic West is British. He's like posh British. He's not Irish, but he does a decent Irish accent. He's like rich boy British, as far as I understand. I could be wrong. Another one of the Irish people that you'll never remember or notice is Irish because their accent is so good is the captain or whatever from Super Troopers. I'm forgetting his name. Brian Cox. Dude, he is so good at an American accent. It's like crazy how good he is. But he is Irish. We're Scottish. One of them. Same thing, right? All right. So, I'm back. Got my slippers on. And all right, so, Chiller, are you still out there? I'm actually ready to answer your question now. But looks like they missed out. Too bad. Yeah, Eaton. Yeah, he's like super rich. Yeah. Like very posh. Yeah, that's actually like a problem in, uh-oh. Where's the scooper? Right, like, it's really hard to get a start in acting in Britain, unless you're super rich. Because you're competing against all these super rich people that, you know, don't even need jobs. They're just loaded. So they have all the time in the world to do acting classes and go out to every audition, and I don't know, yeah, and they have connections to rich people that pay to have movies made and all that stuff. Yeah, it's actually a problem. which is why some of the self-made actors, like Dev Patel from like British stuff, are even cooler once you realize that. Right? They had to be as good as they are just to even get noticed. What's up, Pravan? How you doing? We are pouring a lemonade. Not scotch, it's bourbon. Yeah, I don't drink scotch. Not a fan. No offense if you like it. I just don't enjoy that, like, peat flavor. It's like mossy or something. Not a big fan of smoky either. But if you like it, then like it. The world would be so boring if we all had the same taste. So, we're on Claude here. Let's try Claude out. I've never tried it. Sure. Enter my full name. I don't know about that. Chris. Sure. Been watching some dubbed series that got produced outside of the US, but for some reason the acting is consistently worse compared to the US actors. Wondering if you're the only one like that and why that is. I mean, what series? That would be an important distinction. Okay, so we'd have to upgrade to Pro to get Opus. So what was the thing we had asked ChatGPT? Let's see what the differences are. I mean, no, you'd have to be more specific, Cornflake. Often, the case you'll find is money. And I think you also have a bit of a bias because you probably haven't watched that many bad TV series from the US. They exist. They're pretty bad, right? The bad ones are really bad. So how about this? Have you seen The IT Crowd? Oh, you haven't even seen The IT Crowd? Well, alright then. I don't know what to tell you. You don't even have the context to know. You just haven't seen enough series. That's on you. Okay. So let's think about how we wire this up then. We look in instrumentation.node. We've got the Pinot log hook. So we end up seeing span processor. How about this? How would I configure this with the OpenTelemetry node SDK? I meant the node SDK class. Right, so this is just as bad as ChatGPT. That's fine, Pravan. You're saying I'd have to switch up the thing I'm pinning every day? Nah, I'd rather use it to drive people towards my YouTube videos, if they happen onto my profile. Alright, so it's hallucinating this part now. Not sure, Zero. So yeah, logger and log level. Right, like, we're having to correct this thing so much. How is this... Yeah, this isn't any better than ChatGPT 3.5. at this point. Instrumentation options doesn't exist. Like, dude, this is just really bad, man. Logger is not a thing, and I just told you that. Yeah, see, this stuff is just fundamentally useless. It's so annoying. The only big problem is, and I'm guessing it's a problem for this too, is that, yeah, this OpenTelemetry stuff is not documented that well. There are not enough examples and things out in the world for it. So that's why these AIs fail too. I'd rather it just told me, I don't know. I'd so much rather it just say, I don't know. That'd be so much more useful than something like this where I have to go back and forth a dozen times telling it that the APIs it's trying to use don't exist. Yeah, so I don't know. Are other people's experiences with this stuff actually good? And I think this is my problem. I only reach for these tools when I couldn't find it via Google. If I couldn't find it via Google, how good is Claude going to be at doing it, right? I actually think I'm better at Googling than Claude. You know? The entire point, Nearland, is to try and do this from scratch as content for Highlight. And Highlight also doesn't do exactly what we're trying to do right now, which is hit the Loki exporting process. So yes, we can get our logs as traces, as part of a trace. Sure, but that's not what I want, right? Like, what's the point of OpenTelemetry logging and having Loki wired up to the collector if none of these things can actually send data to it? Like, what's even the point? Sometimes I just want whatever it is in the output here. And Telemetry Gen can generate logs for us, but I haven't seen any good examples of sending logs from an application. Instead, they're always associated with a span or a trace. And I understand that most of the time that's probably what you want, but this isn't most of the time. We are looking at an edge case of, I want to just simply be able to comb my logs via Grafana, via OpenTelemetry logging stuff. All right, there's certain like signals you would get from just seeing a bunch of the same log statements and seeing their like logging over time, etc., where I don't care about the trace around it. I just want to see the frequency of this log. So yeah, that's the part that's getting me. Like, it seems to me like logs is actually the fundamental part that should work. But instead, it seems like it's actually an afterthought in all these implementations. But yes, Nearland. This is some potential content for Highlight.io's YouTube channel, in which we dive into what the process of wiring up your own specific OTel stuff is, which then gives us some value into why Highlight is useful. Right? So it's basically, here's how you'd do it if you wanted to do it from scratch. And then, hey, do you want to save yourself all those steps? Check out Highlight. Right? That's like the general gist of the video. Yeah, thanks, Bob. I might be streaming on other stream tomorrow, so I might see you then. I might be going late enough that I see you tonight as well. But yeah, let's look at the axiom thing, I guess. So this is their instrumentation file. Right, we do the node auto instrumentations, which theoretically should do our console log stuff too, but we didn't see that. And that could be a problem of just how Next.js is handling some of that. And maybe we could be running into just simply issues of how Next.js does this stuff. Yeah, right? Here's the thing, though. We're not on Vercel as a provider, though, right? We're just running this locally. So I really still feel like Node.js should be capable of that, because it just runs as a Node application if you want it to. Oh, you know what I hate? We don't see any sidebar on this page. I feel like it's there, but they overwrote it or something. I hate when people fiddle with the scrolling. Oh, yeah, Bob. Dude. Yeah, there's people out there. Hey, if you want to self-host our service, just sign up for all these other services, right? The Coolify guy was like, dude, that is not self-hosting, right? Like, come on. If for me to self-host your thing, I got to sign up for a bunch of other services that I can't self-host, then it's not self-hosted. Yeah, the Coolify dude. I like his tweets. I like what he's getting at. I don't personally want to run Coolify myself, for the main reason that I've done a similar thing before with Doku. Yeah, you can totally do your own like Doku stuff, and it works, but then you're at the single point of failure for all of it, and I'm not a fan of that. If I do something goofy with one of my services, I don't want it to take out all my other services. Yeah, hold on. What's the guy's name? Like Andres something? I think it's an interesting tweet at least. Yeah, Andres Boxai. I'm probably saying his name wrong. He seems very cool though. Where was his tweet about the self-hosting? Yeah, dub.co. So yeah, this tweet I find very interesting. Right? If bringing dub.co up requires signing up for Tinybird, Upstash, PlanetScale, and Vercel, that is not self-hosting. At all. So yeah. I can't believe I didn't like that tweet. My bad. And yeah, I think what he's doing with Coolify is really nice, especially for like experimentation, trying things out, etc. Right? Really cool. It's just not necessarily the way I want to do things. So yeah, boom, right? This is probably the dude who makes dub.co, yeah. So yep, replacing Tinybird. All right, replacing Upstash with Redis. And really, if you make it like really adaptable, switching out Upstash for Redis shouldn't be that big a deal. Like, theoretically, can you connect to Upstash as if you're just connecting to some random Redis server? Do they expose a server, like a port like that for you? If so, then yeah, it should be really pluggable. PlanetScale, yeah, just replace with a MySQL DB connection string. Then you support PlanetScale and any other MySQL provider. Bim, bam, boom. Yeah. So the Vercel part, right? Next can be self-hosted, sure. But they would need to replace the Vercel geolocation API with MaxMind. Which is, yeah, that's the right way to go anyway. Like, dude, is Vercel probably proxying to that anyway? Oh, I didn't know that, Cornflake. I didn't realize Upstash wasn't technically Redis. They just maintain the interface. That's genius. As long as you have the same interface, you're good to go, though. So yeah, good job. Yeah, I like it. Inbox 0. Interesting. Yeah, that's cool. And yeah, sure, I'll follow that dude. Why not? Damn! 43K. Think he built that up when he was working at Vercel? Or you think he had those numbers ahead of time? But yeah, I like the way he followed this up. That was cool. So, hold on, right? If we look, we see the OTLP trace exporter right there. So that would be trickier there, Miniscruff. In many cases, the driver you're going to be using within your system is going to be MySQL specific. If only because with MySQL, you don't have to do nearly as much like connection pooling type stuff. With Postgres, you absolutely have to. Because with Postgres, every connection is a process, whereas with MySQL, every connection is a thread. So you actually get way more connection scalability from MySQL versus Postgres. So if their application is not architected in a way to do connection pooling in that way, nah, you don't want to try and replace that because you're going to run into heavy resource usage on your Postgres stuff. Now, you should probably still be connection pooling with MySQL, but it's less of an issue, theoretically. And keep in mind, I'm not much of an expert. I just read a really good tweet by Dax at one point that kind of discussed all of this. So here's the thing though, Miniscruff, right? If you're talking about spinning up a self-hosted version of a service, their service is going to be written in a way that works for the tools they chose. You're not going to go in and rewrite the internals of a thing that you just wanted to self-host, right? That's what we're getting at. If you're doing this for your own service, yeah, you can change anything you want. But it's definitely outside the realm of reasonable to go in and monkey around with the internals of a thing you're trying to spin up like dub.co. The entire reason you're self-hosting it instead of building it yourself is because you didn't want to do that part. So yeah, Miniscruff, you're thinking from a building from the ground up perspective, rather than consuming someone else's already made application. I think, right? Maybe I'm misunderstanding what you meant. But to go in and monkey around with the internals, that's effort. But Miniscruff, like, what incentive do they have for that? None, right? The self-hosting thing is already an edge case that they don't care that much about. They have self-hosting for enterprise clients and for the fact that they can say they allow you to self-host. They don't have an incentive to make it that adaptable. Right? What are their incentives to make it as robust as you're talking about? Pretty much none. All they need is the bullet point of that you could self-host it. For most services, yeah, you could self-host all sorts of stuff. But they don't actually want you to, unless you're paying for an enterprise license. And no, I get that Miniscruff, and they have an incentive to at least make it more self-hostable, but yeah, I would say like Supabase. Saying that it is self-hostable already gives you that like marketing bullet point. How many people are going to go through the effort of doing that though? Very few, right? It's more about just the marketing bullet point. There's a bunch of companies out there that are open source. Barely, you know? They just do it so they can list open source as part of their marketing BS to sell companies on it, right? To sell investors on it. Hey, are you worried about vendor lock-in? Don't worry, we're open source. In quotes, you know? Qt as in like the widgets, right? Like UI stuff. Yeah, like I don't even know. Do they have a service that you can sign up for, or do you just sign up for, you know, support and being able to call them up at a whim and have someone walk you through the thing that you didn't understand about their API? So I would say Qt, Red Hat, a bunch of these other things are fully open source because they're not trying to worry about any of that stuff. All they want to do is sell you on the support contract. They're not selling software, they're selling support. I think that's a big differentiator there. So they have more of an incentive to make it like fully open source rather than open source. Patent pending. Yeah, open source versus source available. Sure. Yep. Chrome is open source, but there are definitely proprietary things involved with building out Chrome as we use it versus what Chromium is, you know? Oh, does Theo call it open source? Yeah, I don't think I came up with that term. I just felt like saying patent pending. No, Bob, I think you're missing it. I want Vexilla to be that easy to self-host because instead, there are other steps involved with it. Right? So there are other steps involved with self-hosting. I want the actual hosting part to be as simple as humanly possible. Because instead, there are other things around it that are going to be unique to your organization. Right? Wiring up the CI/CD for it. Right? Wiring up to wherever you have your code base. Maybe not GitHub. Stuff like that. And you might be right. Yeah. But because it costs me nothing to operate, whatever. I think at the end of the day, the value in making a support contract and making it super easy to self-host is the fact that you can get an SLA from me and get me on the phone any time of day. And not me specifically, but the company, Vexilla. Which I think is actually a huge value. Companies want that level of service. And they know that the only way to get that level of service is to pay for it. So as an example, if you're a developer trying to implement this thing for your project that maybe is a very small project that has value to the company, but there's only one dev attached to it, and they're just not that good at CI/CD stuff, yeah, support contract time. Super easy, super chill. WordPress versus movable type? Ooh, I remember the name movable type. I never used it though. And maybe it's because it required a license that I had to purchase to even use it. Whereas WordPress was free, and then you can just contact an expert to pay them to do the things that you're not aware of. Yeah, I don't remember ever using movable type. I remember the term. I remember hearing about it and just thinking, why would I use that instead of WordPress? And now at this point, WordPress, like their back end is so like universal that people are familiar with it. And you're better off using WordPress as a back end for a CMS, even if you're not using WordPress to render the content. You can treat WordPress as a headless CMS real easy. So yeah, like WordPress is almost like genericized to mean like content management system, in my opinion. When you think a content management system, WordPress is probably the first one you think of. But yeah, so I'm not really seeing in here where the logging is going to be. Yeah, for sure, Prevan. Yeah. Yeah, WordPress is really, really useful, right? It solves an amazing niche. You hated it? I mean, I think you were just blowing it. You can absolutely do WordPress in a clean, consumable way. Were you jamming everything into get post meta? You know you can make your own tables, right? Right? That's why I hate WooCommerce. They jam everything into get post meta. It's not great. It's not scalable, you know? Advanced custom fields is nice. Again, that's all jammed into get post meta though. You know that, right? So it becomes unwieldy and really hard to debug after a while. It does mean you have no database migrations to worry about, which is nice. Sorry, someone sent me a message over there on the Twitter. So mini scruff. Yeah, there is 0 authorization requirements for fetching that JSON file. Need to head out, 1 hour drive ahead of you? Yeah, no worries, Bob. See you again soon. So mini scruff, what you're saying is like maybe around editing the file? Oh. Let me double check this. Sorry. I mean, Ben, that's a weird question. So changing flags and rules and all that stuff. So basically, if you haven't looked at it before there, Miniscruff, the entire goal of the app is to wire up to your Git provider. So it's basically like Git native or Git ops at this point. So if you wanted to edit your config, you'd go log in with GitHub. Right? Boom, I'm logged in. Then we'd install into the repo we want. And I'm not doing that right now with this account. But that's how that would work. And that's where you would get permissions for editing that file. You would also get traceability of who edited what when. But yeah, basically the idea is we want to, like, because I don't have a server, managing any of that stuff is not for me. And I want to just get it into your Git repo or whatever. And that's where the magic of, like, hey, do you have some, like, self-hosted Gitty client? Well, yeah, we're not going to natively support Gitty. Or at least, I don't know, how do we wire up to that? But yeah, that's where a lot of like the services contract stuff could actually be important. Like, how do you wire up to your provider? Now, I want to add more providers than just GitHub, right? And hold on, let me double check and look back. Right? Select your provider, GitHub, direct upload to S3 if we want to support it, but we need more Git-based providers in here. Native Git provider, probably not. Now, we're going to wire up to services because we need an SDK, or we need an API to hit. Native Git stuff from your browser is basically not a thing. We need an API that proxies to native Git stuff. So yeah, I don't think we'll ever be able to support what you're talking about, Miniscruff. We may eventually have some way of customizing that. Yeah, we're not doing anything on a server. Absolutely nothing. Yeah, right? Could we establish a server that you sign up for that does some of that for you? Maybe, but then how do we establish like auth to know that you're the user doing that? I don't see how that wouldn't be spoofable. So that becomes the tricky part. So instead, maybe we end up writing some service that wires up to your internal whatever, right? And wiring all that up. But that would be like a separate chunk of software. I do have a server. And that is the thing that's going through that you wire up to for authorizing the login and getting some of that, right? So this login part is actually going through my server. I think it's either Netlify or Vercel, where I just spun up. Oh, and let's just go look at it because I think it's interesting. Right, if we go look at the applications and, oh, nope, we're in the wrong folder. I need to fix that. Yeah, it's the OAuth part. Yep, exactly. Right? To establish any of that OAuth, I basically have to spin up a server for that. So instead, for that part, we have an app that is our Git auth that I think is a SvelteKit app because it was the easiest way I could think of pushing to Vercel or Netlify. And I didn't want to do my own like Lambda function for it yet. Eventually we might move that over to Cloudflare Worker or whatever. But for now, the simplest way of getting up and running was just creating a SvelteKit app with only back-end endpoints. Cool. My Mac Mini is sweating right now as all of these things in the bottom start running. Yeah, that is the heaviness of having all these different like client SDKs in one repo. You just spun up a WordPress. Gutenberg is really nice. Yeah, it is. And it's really extensible, too. Do you remember back in the day, I want to say 4 or 5 years ago, or maybe even longer, there was the whole hullabaloo about React and their patents clause in their license? WordPress is the one that made them remove that license, or that clause. Right? So basically, WordPress was like, hey, we're building out this Gutenberg editor thing, and yeah, our users don't like your patents clause. If you don't remove it, we'll just switch to Vue. And then within like a week, React was like, all right, fine, we'll fix it. All right, my bad. Shit. I'm like, okay, fine. I don't care, Prevent. I bet you I don't give a shit. I'm sorry, like, cool, man. Miniscruff. 40% of the internet is WordPress sites. I don't think that number has actually changed. It may have gone down a little bit, but if you need a marketing site where, you know, marketing can actually add content to it, you're going to do WordPress. It's that easy. Some people might be crazy enough to use some other thing, but yeah, you know, meh. They are not the common case. Is jQuery still a ridiculous number? I mean, let's go look at npm.js. I think it's .com, whatever. $10 million weekly downloads, and it just keeps going up. It's not going down. Right? So all of us in like the React web application world don't realize that we live in actually kind of a small bubble, as far as the internet is concerned. Yeah, the CDN wouldn't be hitting this, so you're totally right. But the fact that this number is going up should tell you something. Right? If you think jQuery is dead, surprise, I got a bridge to sell you. Because you believed some influencer about it. And no, I'm not meaning the influencers you're thinking I'm meaning, right? Because they have the same opinion I do. It's the same people that would say, oh, PHP bad. No, actually, most of the creators I know that I respect don't have that opinion. So yeah, there's just bad creators, bad influencers, people that maybe aren't even that good at coding out there peddling BS because it gets views and clicks and blah, blah, blah. And no, it's not the people you think I'm talking about. It's the type of people that ask, why does NPM need a package lock file? If you have to ask, you're not that technical. That's all there is to it. And it's okay to be not that technical as a consumer of content. As a creator of content, that's a problem. As a creator of tech content, not being that technical is a major liability. And keep in mind, I only mean the ones that present themselves as technical, when really they're not. Just not the ones you think I'm talking about. You're just thinking about the famous ones. So yeah, to me, what this kind of feels like is that they're doing like a node application. So how about this? Let's do like a really quick like Express implementation. And I'm saying Express because I know for a fact that they have auto instrumentation for it. Let's go look at some of the like node auto instrumentation, right? If we go look at their list, what do they have in the list here? What was that site? Axiom? Axiom is an observability provider, at least as far as I understand it. I think there's a lot of really cool people that work at Axiom that we interact with on Twitter from time to time. I think Luna, or I'm Luna, or whatever their name is. I think they're at Axiom. I think there's a couple others that are pretty cool. But yeah, it's like logging reinvented. So think of it as just majorly the observability and analytics logging type stuff that like Datadog does. And I think this is one of those ones you can self-host too. I don't know, like it. I'm going to do self-host in quotes just simply because I don't know if it's truly self-hostable or not. But they have great, like, great dashboards and things like that for all sorts of frameworks and various things. Right? So yeah, Axiom, huge. I would say I'm no longer looking at the moment. But if you are in any way an SRE, I would check it out. This is an Australian role. Ooh. Do we know anyone that's Australia-based and into SRE stuff? I think time zone-wise, they might be getting here soon. I'm not positive if they are. I just know there's like at least 3 or 4 people I can think of that are from Australia on this stream, or at least like live there. Robotic Head doesn't necessarily strike me as like SRE focused. I bet he'd be totally good at it if he applied himself, but he's more of like an application dev, like full stack. But yeah, I can think of at least a couple other Australian adjacent people. But yeah, might be interesting. Oh, you're down in Portland. Cool, man. Yeah, I plan on going to Chain React this year, just like I did last year. I'll try and hit you up if I remember. I'll be announcing that I'm heading there before it happens, and I think it's in July, so we got plenty of time. But yeah, man, let's try and hang out, like after the event or whatever. Or if you end up wanting to go to it, if your company will sponsor it, go for it. Keep in mind, it's a React Native conference, so if it's not relevant, I'd just be happy to hang out. Anyway, the after parties, besides like the official after party, are open to everyone anyway. This is not at the convention center typically. It's at a thing called the Armory, which is like downtown, like west side of the river, right? Like fancy Portland instead of really like better Portland. You know what I'm talking about. Better Portland is the east side of the river. Right? Like Fremont and Burnside and all those streets where there's just like good bars, good hangouts, good all that stuff, right? There's less of it downtown. Now, keep in mind, we don't want to get too gross about it, and I probably shouldn't even say this statement, but Portland, downtown Portland, actually has, I think, as far as last time I looked, the highest density of strip clubs per, like, radius of anywhere in the US. Like, it's almost, like, crazy how many there are within, like, just one, like, couple square blocks. It is per capita. I was thinking, like, as far as, like, a 10-mile range or even, like, a mile range. Like, within a mile of each other, I think they have the highest density. Highest breweries per capita as well? That one I didn't know. It's Wisconsin? As far as breweries go? Okay, I'd believe Wisconsin too. I don't know, Wisconsin doesn't strike me as like a microbrew kind of area. Like microbrews were really like a Northwest thing for a long time. I could see Wisconsin maybe catching up though. Right, like Anheuser-Busch, that's Wisconsin, some of that stuff, right? No, so Coding with Strangers, I think you're missing that, though. Wisconsin for the big breweries. Microbreweries is actually what we're talking about. And just due to the nature of it, there's going to be more microbreweries than regular breweries. Yeah, so you're talking about, like, yeah, Anheuser-Busch, like the big dogs. That's why they're the brewers. We're talking about actual, like, microbreweries. So you found an article from 2019, Portland is the 8th. But Portland, Maine is number 1? Well, I wouldn't have guessed that. Okay. I just know, like, here in Seattle, you can find a microbrewery within, like, a 2-block radius pretty much all the time. Breweries and. I like the way you did that. Yeah, exactly, mini scruff. Yeah, it's crazy. A lot in Gothenburg? Cool. Can I just say how awesome it is? Like, I consider Ken Wheeler basically a friend at this point. Like, you know, it's not like he'd invite me to a barbecue. We live on different sides of the country. But he would if I lived nearby. But it's just, man, I remember being such a big fan of Slick Slider and all his presentations and just such an awesome dude. It's really cool, like, to have people you look up to and then be familiar with them at some point. That's pretty cool. I really like that. I like how small of a world software dev is. I don't think you know how small of a world it is. Which is why I've probably burned a bunch of bridges from just interacting with people here in stream. But still, it's like really cool. Yeah. Snowboard world is also very small. Very small. But yeah, how you doing, Coding with Strangers? Mr. Sir, what you up to today?
Thanks for the support. Danielle Freak is a superhero with the incredible ability to manipulate any digital technology with their mind. They discovered their powers during a freak electrical storm that hit while they were coding on their computer. The combination of lightning and their intense concentration fused with their innate talent, granting them cybernetic telekinesis. Danielle Freak can interface with, control, and communicate through any digital device, making them a formidable ally against cyber-based crimes and digital threats. Cloaked in a suit that flickers with digital codes, they fight to protect the digital and real world from those who seek to misuse technology.
Hell yeah, that was good. Yeah. So Danielle, that's the bot I was talking about. If you want to try and set it up, I'll show you how to do so. And right, we can give it your own prompt and like fiddle with it that way to like get it like imagining people as like sports heroes on your stream or whatever. I'd be happy to set that up for you. So yeah, if you ever want to do it like over on Gaming Stream, we can chat about it and get it going. For sure, man. Yeah, it's really cool. I mean, here's the link, but yeah, if you're not aware of like some of the things and how it works, we can just walk through it at some point, like anytime. Happy to help. And yeah, that right there probably cost me like 12 cents. If you're getting someone to sub when you do it, you're making like $2 profit. And you're still like giving them like value. You're incentivizing the sub. It's kind of cool, right? So when someone on your stream just subs and gets that, you might encourage a bunch of other people to do it just so they can hear their name. So that's the goal. But yeah, how you doing, Danielle? How you liking MLB The Show? In fact, I need to make sure I get this grinding out on the side here. My current like grind mindset is Road to the Show. I got a knuckleballer, and I have one of those like things you can plug in that will like, you can wire up like a macro, and that macro just like will throw the pitch on an interval. So the knuckleballer just throws pitches at people in Road to the Show mode, which gives me experience towards Diamond Dynasty. So I'm already like 40k in without having played a single like major game against someone. But if you'd like to do some of the group or like the multiplayer missions or moments or whatever they are, just let me know. That'd be awesome. Yeah, I'm liking it. You know, like, it'll take me a while to get to that, like, million or whatever, but they want it to last, like, 3 months, and within 3 months, yeah, we got this. So yeah, anytime if you want to do more Madden or MLB, just let me know. I'm gonna have to maybe like not do the super late like Sunday sessions, but maybe a super late Saturday session could happen. Oh, I'll get the NCAA game. I'm gonna go no money spent with it for sure. I'm gonna do the same thing with Madden next year too, probably. Yeah, that was super fun. I recently upgraded my team. I got a bunch of those Bo Jacksons too. You know, the thing everyone complains about. Yeah, he's not that tall, but in some cases even plays above his stats, which is cool. But yeah, so what we're going to do real quick, let me at least continue along. I like the chatting part. I just want to do some scaffolding of things while we continue to chat. Right, we're going to have to npm install and do a bunch of stuff. So yeah, let's just do a real quick getting started project. Pinchonian. Thank you for the follow, appreciate you. How you doing there, noob kid? Welcome. What you up to? You don't know? Okay. I know. I understand. You don't know. But if you don't know, nobody else will either, man. So you might want to figure that out. Up to you. All right, let me shuffle some things over. This is going to go out to its own window. Richard. I guess your last name is probably Dinesh. So it's Reacher Dinesh. Thank you for the follow. How you doing, Reacher? Thank you for the follow. And Noob Kid, thank you for the follow as well. We got enough new people following, etc., so we could chat about it. Is anyone curious about what we're doing and why we're doing it? I can expand upon that. We've got a good crowd of people here that might not know, and I can dive into it. So just let me know, and we'll do so. If not, I'll just continue doing some of this, like, let's just set up a really basic Express app and see what happens. Okay, so Coding with Strangers is also unaware of what we're doing. Okay, so first off, I should probably say what OpenTelemetry is. We're doing JavaScript right now just because it's easy, right? The language we use is less relevant than wiring up to OpenTelemetry, which is technically language agnostic. So keep that in mind, Noob Kid. And that's fine, right? There are probably OpenTelemetry SDKs for Lua stuff, if you want to use them. So real quick, yeah, OpenTelemetry is a cross-provider initiative to establish a baseline of observability. And I know, I just use a bunch of words that I barely even understand together. But the idea is simply, you have providers like New Relic and Datadog and Axiom and Highlight.io and just so many providers for observability that all kind of focus on their own niches or just focus on creating the everything kind of aspect of observability like Datadog does. The key to that is when you adopt one of these things, you might be fully locked in to them by implementing them. And the data that you have in these providers is just not portable because you might, it's just like they have their own specific like data model of what you send to them, etc. So instead, OpenTelemetry is trying to establish a baseline of what the data sets are and how they get proxied and sent to various providers and things like that. One thing to remember is that some of the value add for these businesses is to not just like implement OpenTelemetry and be done with it. No, they need to like add their own stuff on top that actually provides value, why you would pick them. But the baseline of OpenTelemetry is important because it means that you have more interoperability, and at some point writing a migration script of your data to another provider becomes more simple than if you were to have to do it for like the entire payload. Now you might just have to like migrate a couple props or something. That's the basic idea, and I'm probably misspeaking a little bit because I'm still learning about all this stuff. So once you understand what OpenTelemetry is, the thing we are doing with it is, this is a potential sponsored content. There hasn't been any contract signed or anything. No money has exchanged hands yet. I just trust these guys to be awesome dudes, where if I deliver a good video, they'll happily pay. They wanted to actually do like a 50% up front and then 50% later thing, and I would rather put in the work and figure it out and deliver them something, and then they can pay for it, right? Rather than the half up front, etc. Just because, like, I'm still figuring out if I can do it. I don't want to be super on the hook. I don't want to have any bad blood about this stuff. So anyway, yes, potentially sponsored content for Highlight.io. The sponsored content would be, how do we wire up to OpenTelemetry custom, from scratch, without a provider? Just using our own, technically Grafana is our provider, right? How do we wire up to Grafana to visualize all this data? They have services they host that we can push data to. What we are doing is establishing our own collector that pushes to those providers, or those services within Grafana, and then Grafana gives us a way of querying that data. We have gotten pretty far with that. The goal is, what would it look like to do so for a Next.js app, which is a very specific niche that Highlight.io cares about. So basically, how do we wire up to Next.js to get things shipped out to our own OpenTelemetry stuff? What are the steps to do it? How much code does it take to do it? How much do we have to learn and figure out on our own? Versus, and then eventually at the end of the video, it's like, hey, we went through all those steps. If you'd like to reduce the amount of effort and steps and scalability of doing your own data, maybe you end up wiring up Highlight.io instead. And they have an SDK that solves a bunch of the problems that we didn't even address yet. Bim, bam, boom. That's the hook. The idea is give value, show you how you could do it, let you know that it's totally doable, but also that's more effort than you should probably want to put in. Because instead, you can just consume a service that saves you that time and lets you actually work on your own application. Anytime you're spinning up some of these tangential services, that is literally yak shaving. And not literally yak shaving, but that is yak shaving as far as the term, right? If you don't know what I mean by yak shaving, there's that clip from Malcolm in the Middle, where the dad needs to replace a light bulb or something. Or, he needs to fix something, and then he keeps finding other things he needs to fix along the way. Oh, that's a squeaky drawer. Oh, that's another thing. Oh, his car won't start. He's sitting there trying to fix his car. The wife's like, hey, have you fixed that light bulb yet? And he's like, I'm working on it, when he's not actually working on it. That is what yak shaving is. Yak shaving is ending up having to solve all these things that are not the problem you originally wanted to solve, because you got to solve all these other things first. Sometimes those steps are required, and then other times you could just use a service for that and save yourself time and actually deliver value to your users for your application. So that's the main gist of it, right? The goal of the video will be, hey, here's what you can set up, here's how you do it, but also you could save yourself all that effort. And I think that's a compelling, video. So, does that help? Is there something I missed? Coding with Strangers, Noob Kid, R1 No, anyone, really. Do you have any questions about the process? Let me know. The place that we're at right now is, we're running into trying to figure out why our log values are not making it where we thought they would. And we're doing that with Next.js. And we can recognize that Next.js might be doing some things somewhat different than if we just spun up an Express server. So now I want to try and spin up an Express.js server and wire up OpenTelemetry to that, and then see what is different about the process. What is maybe Next.js doing that is not as we would expect it to be done. So coding with strangers, right, you're saying above your skill set because maybe you're not aware of like what observability means in that context, right? And I completely glossed over what observability actually is. Observability is telemetry. It's metrics about your application. But, and as I was talking to Zayu yesterday, while we were playing some League of Legends, she's really good. We were playing and I was talking about like, here's what, here's a thing I'm making based on OpenTelemetry. And she's like, yeah, that's where you're like measuring your like users and things like that. And it's like, not quite. It is related, but also just think about your server in general, like separate from the users, but more about like your application. How long does it take for your application to boot up? How long does it take for your application to serve a request? It's less about your user, but it's still about your user, and more about how is your application architected. Can you identify bottlenecks or things that are not meeting the scale they need to, etc.? It's more about the behavior of your application rather than the behavior of your users. Great way to put that. Thank you, 28. Great way to put that, right? So yes, if your application is taking, an entire second to respond to certain endpoints, sure, you could have like the one like, hey, it takes a second. But if you have observability more like granular, you can know whether it's you resolving a third-party service via HTTP or if it's your, database requests, things like that. How do you measure any of these things? That is what observability is for. It's for establishing those measurements. Yeah, DB calls that are waiting versus like third-party APIs that are waiting, any of that. Those numbers of how long you're waiting for things being comprised into why your API took so long to run is important, right? You can get like the top level metric of it took that long to run, but until you actually have the granular data of what thing was causing it that long to run, you don't know what to fix. So yeah, great comments, great questions. Thank you. Thanks both of you. That was great. So does that help a little bit there, coding with strangers? Exactly. Yes, you use it to find room for improvement for high-performing apps. You use it to find bottlenecks or places that you're not scaling up enough or things like that. And you can get some of these things automatically using like auto instrumentation, and then other times you have to wire up your own things of tracing how long stuff is taking, stuff like that. We are currently evaluating the auto instrumentation part. At what scale does this type of thing typically become adopted? I mean, all of this stuff is useful at any scale because improving your user experience is appropriate to every application. Right? All of these numbers actually factor into the experience that your user has with your app. So how do you identify that and make it better? At that point, observability is everybody's problem, not a problem of scale. Now you have to have at least users, so maybe not everybody's problem. If you have an app with 0 users, well, yeah, it's not your problem. Don't worry about it. But if you even have 10 users, observability could be useful. Now, that's not what you asked. When are people typically going to do it, right? When are companies going to start caring? Well, that is a fuzzy number. And that's another good point, 2.8. Yes. So we just talked about like understanding your app and some of those like performance metrics and things like that. But what about when they run into an error? Can you establish a session where your user is going through a thing on the front end, they hit an error, but can you tie the back-end endpoints they hit to that session? And you can understand like, well, yeah, they hit that error on the front end because the back end errored out at blank. And here's where that happened, and here's how long it took to happen, and all those things, right? So then it becomes really useful. So yeah, debugging is just a part of observability. Performance scaling and things like that are another part. Observability is a very broad umbrella of just simply like measurements, analytics of your application, not necessarily just your users. But Highlight.io, one of their main selling points is the fact that they establish a session in which you can tie your front end to your back end really easily. I've used Datadog previously, where someone might hit a front end error. We didn't have any way of wiring that up to find out where they hit like the back end error that caused it. I just simply got to go start combing logs and see what happened. Right? So in a lot of cases, you don't get automatic observability. You have to like wire that stuff up yourself, and that gets gross. And yes, Datadog and Azure are expensive, for sure. Yep. But as me, the front end dev at a previous company, a life insurance company, so I was on call, and when errors happened, I would have to go dig into the Datadog logs, and there was nothing that tied it to an actual like session for the user in a way that made sense. I just had to look at the logs and figure it out. And that's a terrible experience, and it's a waste of developer time, which is your most expensive resource. At any organization, your developers cost you more than your actual infrastructure. Almost hands down. Not every company, but man, the common case is, yes, your developers cost you more than your service providers do. And at that point, if you're not making your developer time as efficient as possible, you're just throwing money away. So yeah, if anyone has any questions, let me know. Feel free, throw them out there. I do have to go pee, so I'm gonna go use the restroom. It'll take like 30 seconds, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So yeah, coding with strangers, anyone else? Is there ways I could frame any of this better? Answer any other questions you might have, etc. Because I need to get good at explaining this because I need to be able to make a video about it. And what's up, Ethan? Ooh, I was gonna say, I saw a like come in from Ethan on Twitter, and I was like, I don't recognize that photo. I like your Twitter photo change. Yeah, I like your profile image change. One's solid. That's baby Ethan? Nice. I think you've seen baby Chris photos before, right? I was the fattest baby. Yeah. Alright, just making sure. I was a really thick baby. Yeah, what's up, crafty sheep? Mr. Sir. Yeah, heyo. Oh, yeah, dude. Man, I had, like, Michelin Man arms, right? You know, like the Michelin Man, how he's got, like, the tires that make up his arms? Yeah, I had that as a baby. My mom basically likes to brag about how nutrient dense her milk was or whatever, which is interesting, but yeah. So what do you mean by alerting? That would be basically like triggers for your logging going above a threshold or something? Send an email type stuff. So yeah, that's like a very big like Datadog kind of thing, or PagerDuty or whatever, right? I'm not sure how Highlight tries to handle that. I don't think that is necessarily the goal of OTel, right? OpenTelemetry is not to solve that problem for you. That's really up to the provider that you're consuming at that point. I made that one a little strong. Possibly. Yeah, I'm not sure, Mini Scruff. I don't know. I think here's an interesting thing to think about. If you wanted to glue together a service like Highlight and some other like alerting style service like PagerDuty or whatever, that would really be up to your config.yaml. You might use Highlight for the session aspect of things, and then you would have another exporter for alerting, right? So you might have a PagerDuty exporter, and then for logs or traces or whatever, you might end up throwing them as just another exporter in this array, right? So you can have multiple exporters, etc. If you're consuming someone else's collector, you don't have that level of configurability, but that is the power of running your own collector. You can actually piecemeal different providers for various things that you care about. And that can be valuable. So theoretically, with one provider, you might pay for and establish like long-term like recording of metrics and like, you know, backwards like searchability. Like, oh yeah, we want 90 days for this one provider. But for your alerting platform, you don't care about that. As far as your alerting platform is concerned, you don't care about 90 days worth of data. So you could actually piecemeal like the cheaper providers for certain things in a certain way. And I think that's the power of OpenTelemetry at that point. Being able to like plug and play various different providers based upon your specific needs. Yeah, no worries, Mini Scruff. Thank you for that question. I hadn't really put that together in my head until just now. So, yeah. For a lot of this stuff, your guys' questions are amazing because I hadn't actually thought about any of that yet. And I'm just speaking just off the top of my head. So yeah, I haven't rehearsed or thought about any of that. Thank you for making me think about it. Because it just makes me understand it more by having to talk about it. This is my favorite part of going to like meetups and stuff. People are gonna chat and hang out and mention things that you just don't know. And you are better because of these discussions. So you send stuff to Slack, but yeah, like you almost need like a man in the middle to determine if it's worth sending to Slack. Otherwise, the more noise you send to Slack, the more people are just going to ignore it, right? So yeah, like the signal to noise ratio is a very important aspect of observability. Okay, so that's like the man in the middle there, right? Prometheus Alert Manager. Sure, I get that. Yeah, and one thing to remember is Prometheus is more geared towards like metrics, at least in the way that I understand it. So Prometheus would even be more like, hey, yeah, you might get some stuff from Prometheus about like, hey, this service is just failing. But instead, hey, this service is taking longer to respond than normal. And that's actually incredibly valuable. Like, hey, the response time of this endpoint, it's still working, but it went from 100 milliseconds to 3 seconds. That is a huge problem. We need to figure out what's going on. Sure. Yep, Loki log output stuff. Yeah, for sure, mini scruff. And that's the thing I'm trying to figure out right now. I'm not getting any Loki logs from my Next.js OpenTelemetry stuff right now. And that's a huge problem to me, because that's the biggest thing not the biggest thing, but the most common case to me. The most common case is I just want to see some logs. I just want to comb those logs in some way. And then a trace that groups them together, well, that's fine, that's cool. But sometimes I just want to see like what logs are happening on a various frequency. Like how often are these logs happening? Are those logs happening way more than they should? I just want to be able to see that and visualize it. And I think that's beyond the level of what a trace or a span is. Because I don't care about the session, I just care about the frequency. Not always, I'm just saying for like one specific case that I'm trying to figure out right now. I haven't been able to get Next.js to send out Loki log data. And it's probably up to me and I'm messing something up in my config, but we tried ChatGPT and Claude. And both of them kept hallucinating props on the config that just don't exist. So now I want to spin up an Express.js server and see if we can do the logging that way. And maybe it just so happens that the Node.js instrumentation just isn't kicking in the same way in Next as it would in an Express app. So that's what I'm going to go for. If we're able to wire up Loki logging from Express.js really simply and easily, then it's definitely something that is like Next.js specific, which is also something worth documenting and understanding and putting into a video at some point. So mini scruff, that's an interesting thing though, right? What you just described is actually like part of a span or a trace. So I would say like, how long is that query taking for internal database calls? Sure, that's important on its own, but I would also say it's probably important within the context of the other things around it. At which point, like it's more of a trace or a span rather than just one log call, right? The way I think about it is a log is a single event. A trace is a bare minimum of 2 events, and a span is the combination of multiple traces. So these things kind of like build up on each other. And yeah, I get that mini scruff, but instead, if you were to just log events that were related to a trace, right? The trace would be your database call when it started and stopped. Then that timing is actually up to like your aggregator or your ingester or whatever, right? So you don't have to manage the performance.time minus performance.now, or like all that stuff, right? Auto-instrumenting those things should be pretty easy. At which point they get added to a trace and, you know, you get like more of a context with it rather than manually doing that stuff yourself. So what I was getting at is if we look at auto instrumentation for Node.js, I'm not sure what exists for Go because I know you're in the Go ecosystem. But if we look at it, we can see, you know, like connect, which is like the baseline of Express. It's like the bottom level thing. There's like your DNS lookups can be auto like instrumented. Your Express can be auto instrumented. You can even like auto instrument HTTP calls to like external providers, right? So third parties. You know, like connects is your database query layer in a lot of applications in JavaScript. PG is Postgres, Memcached or Mongo, or even Mongoose, MySQL, MySQL2. All of these are auto instrumentations, where if you're using any of these packages, basically, theoretically, you could just auto instrument them, and they just get shipped out as traces. So you don't need to manually do any of that anymore. I'm not sure what Go provides for that, but in the Node ecosystem, these auto instrumentations are incredibly useful because it's just every line of code you write is a liability, right? Yeah, so we're going to try and do the auto stuff first, just to see, right? I want to be able to do a console.log and have it get output to Loki. That'd be great. That'd be huge. That's the number one thing I'm trying to do with the Express implementation that we're about to do. Just so I can understand Express versus Next, and if Next is doing something funky. I don't know if it is. I'm not saying it is, but this is part of our discovery process. So yeah, I want to make sure that I think we're all on the same page and I'm not leaving anyone out for how they are trying to understand this stuff. Coding with strangers, anyone else. Like really, I want to make sure that I answered at least the baseline understanding of what we're trying to do. And then, yeah, now it's time to actually try and do it. This is the fun part. We are using Grafana. Yeah, so we've got Grafana over here. We've got Loki, Tempo, and Prometheus all wired up. We're not using Jaeger. I don't know why it even shows it there. But yeah, for the most part, Loki for logs, Tempo for traces, and Prometheus for metrics. So yeah, we're using Grafana, and we will continue to use Grafana. So yeah, let's actually spin up an application in this folder, right? Let's kill the Next.js server because it's definitely chewing up a bunch of my RAM and making me page to disk in a way I don't want. And yeah, we can fire up a new tab for it just to make it easier. That was our telemetry gen right there. We're gonna move this over to here, and this will be this thing. So yeah, I think we've covered enough of like the basics and what our goals are. And I want to move on to actually trying to do it. All right, so from what I remember, let's move some of this stuff where we need it. Okay. Yeah. So installing Express. Sure, we'll do it the way they say. I feel like there's like an easier way to do some of this, but meh. Whatever. All right, so pnpm add express. So OTel Express.js, right? We see Uptrace has a doc for it. I know there's the instrumentation express for it. Let's go look at some of that. Here's a list of popular Datadog competitors from Uptrace. Ooh, what does Uptrace do? Are they also a competitor? Hold on. I've never heard of Uptrace before. I don't think so. No, I think Uptrace is its own complete company. Yeah, I just think that's like an unfortunate naming convention. I could be wrong. I feel like they'd have some reference to Upstash somewhere in the bottom here, though. Right? Wait. There's a person named Herman Miller that's a software dev at CloudGun? That's funny. There's also a developer named CloudGun at Herman Miller. Probably not, but still, that'd be funny. He'd spell it like this, right? CloudGun. All right, real quick, let me shout out some follows I missed. Mortner and Quickie Rambo. Thank you for the follows. Welcome. How you doing? All right, so yeah, we did an init. We installed Express. We're not going to do the Pinot thing. We are going to install that. Let me go look at what we're doing over in instrumentation.node. All right, so we install all of these OTel libraries. Is that it? That was that quick? All right, cool. Right, we need an Next.js file, sure. Yeah, we're gonna just do JS for now. I don't think we need the TypeScript. Uncoded lifestyle. Welcome. What is the difference between uncoded and decoded? I guess uncoded was never coded to begin with. Decoded is revealing all. Are you a nudist? I don't know, I'm kidding, sorry. Please don't reveal all here on stream. I don't even know what that means there, R1, but yeah, sounds cool. Oh, cool. I don't know why. I feel like I know this person's name somehow. Oh man, yeah, enough of the people I follow this person. I am following them back. I don't do the follow for follow thing nearly as much anymore, but yeah. This person definitely deserves it. They seem cool. So uncoded lifestyle would be bit by bit understanding all as in life. I'm still not sure I get it, but I don't even need to. As long as you get it, it's your name. If by whiskey sessions you mean days that end in Y? Yeah, totally. Yep, I still have those. No, this right now... I had bought this Four Roses single barrel as like the celebration of my new job, and we just finished it, so I'm gonna have to figure out what we do after that now. Technically, we've got some of this red breast, and plenty of it. So yeah, we might switch to some Irish whiskey instead of bourbon. It's rare, but, you know, it'll happen. Why not? It is Saturday, after all, right? Come on. Yeah, thank you, Kebab. For anyone that doesn't know, I recently started at a company called Get Kraken as my first developer advocate role. Hopefully the first of many. But my role is focused on content creation. I haven't done any official content yet. We're only 2 weeks in. But really, I need to start getting that going. Right? We need to make that happen. I need to actually release some videos, record some stuff. Right? The CEO does not care about like quality. He wants quantity. He wants real, you know, rather than like curated. So yeah, I need to really focus on just making stuff. And that's pretty awesome. Yeah, I'm really pumped on it. So yeah, I need to like really just start recording some videos. My main goal is to dig into like how the apps are made, because I find that the most compelling content. In my opinion, I consider that the most compelling content. Something that explains some technical problem and how you worked around it and how the application you built deals with that problem. Yeah, I love that stuff. You can get in quantity, right? I can get you a toe by 2 o'clock, right? With nail polish. You want a toe? I can get you a toe. That's what that seemed like to me there, Coding with Strangers. It seemed like Walter from Big Lebowski. You want a toe? I can get you a toe. You know, like, yeah. But yeah, thank you. I appreciate that, R1. Yeah. So yeah, Mini Scruff. Yeah, no worries. I don't think you've chatted since I started like 2 weeks ago. Insights into how the job hunt went. I was really focusing on trying to get like a DevRel role, right? DevRel or Dev Advocacy somewhere. That was like actually a big focus for me. I tried a bit last year and got denied enough that I kind of gave up on it. This year, I definitely got some interviews and got through some processes because I think technically I do DevRel on my own as a hobby anyway. I talk at conferences, I do meetup talks, I make blog posts, and I make YouTube videos. I don't do it nearly as much as I should, as most people that follow my YouTube channel would attest to, but I do. I do that stuff as a hobby because I just enjoy it. And I'd love to be able to just pay my bills by making content. That'd be amazing. That'd be so good. As it is, Twitch basically pays me like $500 a month on average, which is chill. If I can move somewhere way cheaper, that would be a major chunk of my monthly expenses. Currently, as it is, it's not as much of a chunk as I would like. So I need a job. But could you imagine just not needing a job anymore and just doing streaming and YouTube videos? That's the dream. Oh, that's the dream. I could eat ramen for the rest of my life if I could just do that. Speaking of ramen, guess what you ate today? I'm going to guess ramen. I mean, you could eat hamburger too. Yeah, for sure. You get it like on sale and then freeze it. You could eat hamburger for days. You could even eat steak if you get it cheap enough. If I want to eat ramen for the rest of my life, just have kids. Yeah, I don't know about that one. I know of Reverend Horton Heat. I don't know how it's relevant. Do they have a song about eating hamburger? Kind of sounds up their alley. Psychobilly is about steak? Oh, okay. And real quick, James, thank you for that follow. Welcome. How you doing? They're a fun live show. Yeah, I bet they are. Yeah, I only know a couple of their songs, but yeah, they seem like they'd be cool. You know what bums me out? Primus is so big time that their shows just aren't that much fun. Last time I saw Primus was at the Paramount in Seattle, and it was cool. But like they're just so big time that it's not that like fun of a show, right? It's Primus, so it's good. And it's like fun, but it's not like fun, you know? Some, like, the most fun concerts I've been to were extremely small concerts, right? If it's not at some place like Numos or the Showbox, I'm probably not going to enjoy it that much. I'm way past the age of, like, wanting to go to, like, an arena tour. I'm not going to go see some concert at an arena. There's no band I like that much. And there's some bands I really like, but there's no band I like that much. Which means I'll probably never see Tool in concert ever again. Which is kind of a shame, because I quite like Tool. But it's just, I don't know, it's so impersonal. I might as well just like download some bootlegs or something. Yeah, I regret not doing it. There was going to be a show at Showbox Soto, and I let someone talk me out of it because they were like, "Oh yeah, Showbox Soto, it's just so impersonal, you know, it's not like a big enough show." But if I'd spent an extra $100, I could have actually gotten to meet and chat with Chromio, right? Like a meet and greet ahead of time. That'd be awesome. That'd be really cool. You know, what would I say? I don't fucking know. I have no idea. No clue. But still, like, that would be more personal than just some random concert. And yeah, I let someone talk me out of it. I mean, I wasn't that committed to going anyway, because it's not like they're my favorite band. They're good. If it was Pinback, ooh, I'd pay an extra $100 just to, like, not say anything to Pinback because I'd be worried about embarrassing myself. But I'd still go see a Pinback show and pay the extra $100 and be like in like the pre-show thing. Oh, I'd totally do that. Ooh, that'd be good. But they broke up and it'll never happen again, so I blew it. I missed my chance. Rumble Foreskin. The cheapest, like, quality meal you can eat is rice and eggs. So yeah, ramen's fine, but there's actually, like, no nutritional value. As far as, like, nutrition per dollar goes, rice and eggs. In fact, you can just throw an egg into the rice while you're cooking it, and you're done. Rice and beans gets you a full, like, protein. If you're vegetarian or vegan, yeah, you should do rice and beans. But rice and eggs is like, you know, you're getting the egg for the protein, and the rice is just part of the deliciousness and filling you up. But yeah, rice and eggs. One of the cheapest possible, like, actually good for you meals that you can do. Ramen itself, without other stuff added, is not actually that healthy. It's just noodles. It's not, like, you'd be better off drinking bone broth. You know, like just drinking a can of chicken broth. That would be healthier. But all right, let's actually get this Next.js stuff going. No, I didn't see any of that R1. I will say that Dan, right, the CEO, is actually incredibly down to earth and seems very cool. Like, he's like an approachable, like, chattable dude. I have never chatted with him specifically, but I don't know if you know, he does watch, like, dev streams. Like, he has actually watched the Primogen before. Like, lurking without even chatting or doing anything. Like, he has watched big streams, like, in this category specifically. It's kind of crazy. Like, it's insane. I would bet that because, like, Theo has, like, a Twitch connection, I bet he watches Theo all the time. Part of his job is understanding the community. He watches Twitch streams. He participates, he chills, he hangs out. I think, yeah, he's really good as a CEO. As far as, like, trying to understand the product and understand, like, the consumers of the product. Yeah, he actually gives a shit. He streams, he does all sorts of stuff, man. Like, yeah, Dan Clancy. He seems like just some old stuffy dude until you actually recognize that he's putting in the effort. So I went to the pre-PAX event that Twitch helped sponsor. And he was there. He went on stage and played music with, like, the band. Dom Palambi's Game Night, or whatever their name is, right? DPGN? I think that's it. Yeah. Right? Super awesome band. I got to hang out with Dom. He's awesome. He's really cool. I'm looking forward to hanging out with him again at the next, like, pre-PAX event. Hopefully, if I make it. But yeah, man, like, I remember having moments where Dan was even, like, throwing looks my way because it seems like he recognized me because he does lurk this category. He has hung out before. I didn't chat with him. I didn't do any of that. But he cares in a way that very few CEOs care, which is cool. Algo Bro has even more really kind words to say about Dan Clancy, for sure. I don't know him. I don't know. Whatever. He's a CEO. He's a just another person in a place of power, sure. I've never chatted with him. I don't know him specifically. I don't know him personally, so I can't speak to any of that. But I do like what he's been doing since becoming CEO and the things that Twitch has done since then. As far as allowing us to stream to YouTube. People were doing it anyway, and no one had ever been banned for it. But now that it's officially allowed, that's awesome, right? Yeah, he seems very authentic. Hold on. Let me just share this out. Let me reply to it on stream. This John Eatmon dude, super cool. Super cool. Let me just shout out the tweet. I had a tweet earlier today about like snowboarding stuff that we did like at the beginning of stream. And then like, yeah, John Eatmon, super awesome dude. I feel bad because like, I don't know. I chat with people I know more so at events. He should definitely like just jump into our conversations. I don't know if he realizes that like, yeah, like just because I'm chatting with like 3 or 4 other people doesn't mean that like the circle can't expand for everyone else. So yeah, I like chatted with him a little bit at Seattle.js. And then like, yeah, I needed to go grab a drink because like I kind of need booze in me to chat with large groups of people. That's just who I am. Sorry. I would point out that I'm not sure his stance is working well for him. There's definitely something he could do to make his stance actually like fit his writing style better. I feel like he'd be better with a slight offset, but someone gave him a twin tip and like twin stance because I don't know if he even knew if he was regular or goofy. But yeah, so John Eatmon, super cool dude. Love to chat with him. I would simply say, I don't know if I could actually snowboard with him at this point because, yeah, I would have straight lined that entire slope. I'd be like 30 seconds on that whole slope and I'd just be trying to get to like the actual fun part of shredding. So yeah, like, again, when you're learning, this is some of the best stuff. Like, no, like low elevation, just shredding. Yeah, that's good shit. That's some of the best. But once you're past that point, you don't necessarily want to do it that much. Like, I'm going to straight line through this entire thing. Just get me past it. Get me out of here. Get me back to the park or get me to some powder. But anyway, yeah. Let me just reply to this. No, I don't care about the diamonds. Like, dude, some of the best shredding you'll ever have are on actually, like, blues. But I'm not going to take my time on them blues. You know, like, come on. No, I'm like... Whew. When people say snowboarding is good exercise, it's only good exercise at your beginning stages. In this point, this dude is working his entire body. His core is 100% activated right now. If he falls, he is 100% activating his core. Meanwhile, me, I wouldn't feel any of this, right? There's nothing to it. I'd have to like start buttering around and doing stuff like that. I'd have to do like major like flatland butter tricks and stuff to make like this part of the run actually fun for me. And they even have a sign, no straight lining. Yeah, you wouldn't see me on that run because why wouldn't I straight line? Do I skate? I'm a pretty bad skater. Theo is a much better skater than I am. That said, I might have a couple flat ground tricks that he might not have yet, but he could learn them real quick. Because he's a better skater than I am. Right? If that makes sense. As far as like other creators and streamers go, you know, I can skate. I can do it. I wouldn't say I'm great, but I can do some stuff. I got tricks. I started skating before I started snowboarding, you know? But yeah, Theo's actually like good at skateboarding. And I'm a snowboarder that makes skating work. It's a very different thing. Very different thing. I don't know how to phrase this any better. I don't know how to phrase this. Nah, I can't think of a good comment. I just want to like it and call it good. Yeah. I just sound like a dick. You could see me getting down with foot plants like Mike Vallely and, you know, all that. Yeah, I do like old school tricks, for sure. I can do like anti-Casper Sauls and, you know, like bonelesses and a lot of that stuff. Yeah, I do tricks like that. Which is why I think Theo could, like, really do any trick I can do. Because he does old school tricks, too. You could see me longboarding. I used to actually go out with my longboarding friends on my skateboard. They would be longboarding and doing their thing, and I'm on a skateboard. So I'm the one who, like, started my friends on, like, the hand slide stuff. I started grabbing the elbow pads from my closet at home and using those to put them on my hand and then start sliding stuff out with them, right? And I inspired my longboarding friends to actually start doing that shit too. So yeah, for sure. I used to do like the hand slide stuff on a skateboard with my longboarding friends back in the day, right? They're doing some stuff where they're going to get up to speed that I would have speed wobbles immediately from. So instead, I just lay out a slide real quick to slow down. Cool, why not? And yeah, I used to be able to do some crazy slide stuff. But now my shoulder dislocates and I can't do any of those again. Because I was like a right-hand slider, and that's my shoulder that dislocates. Left-hand side, I wasn't that good at. Who knows, maybe my bad shoulder is due to the fact that I used to do that. I don't know. Yeah, it's fun sharing hobbies. Yeah, I mean, I used to do foot plants and fast plants and bonelesses. That's like my bread and butter. And a little bit of like flatland. That said, I haven't done any skating for ages. Now that I got a job again, I might actually buy some trucks, wheels, and bearings, and some grip tape. I actually have, like, some decks that I just haven't done. Right? Like, I have some skate decks that I've had for years now, because I just don't skate anymore. But I could. And the Redmond skate park's actually kind of fun. Iron Horse Mob or Black Magic grip tape? I mean, I'm not picky. Black Magic is the one that I typically go for just because it's the name brand I recognize, but I don't care that much. Right? Your grip tape is going to outlast the deck that you're riding. Almost guaranteed. Right? I'm going to chunk the nose and tail of my deck before the grip tape goes bad. You know? So yeah, grip tape brand doesn't matter to me. And yes, I know R1, we're taking a lot of time. We're taking a lot of time to actually do anything productive. But you know what? Today's Saturday, man. I don't want any of this to feel like work. How dare you? I'm kidding, by the way. It's fine. Life's a garden, dig it? Exactly, there you go. I did play some SSX games, but honestly, like, SSX is not snowboarding. SSX is what someone who never snowboarded before would think snowboarding is. Just like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater is what someone who's never skated before would make as an actual game. You want to know what the greatest skateboard game of all time is? You might think Skate. It isn't. It's Thrasher Skate and Destroy. That is the absolute greatest skateboard game ever made. It's really, really, really good. The graphics don't hold up these days. At all. But the fact that they even have a bit where, like, you're skating at, like, you know, China Banks in San Fran, and if you hit your, like, time limit, they have an actual cop running at you with a taser who says, "Hey, hold my bear claw," and then he starts chasing you. It's the most realistic skateboarding game ever made. Quick, hold my bear claw. And then there's just this, like, arm, first-person cop style, chasing you, and you got to escape. It's so good. If you've never played Thrasher Skate and Destroy, it's amazing. It is the best skateboarding game ever made. It was a Rockstar game. I forgot about that. Yeah, Rockstar made it. That's why it's that good. That's why it's so good. All right, that's a tweet. Hold on, we got to do this now. All right, so hold on. Do we have an image about it? Oh, hold up. This one has the image. I think Theo would appreciate that tweet. Anyway, let's do our thing. Anyway. Yeah, hold on. So microphone volume looks okay. We're set. So here at the top level, I want to copy /. Nope, not express demo. This would be /web.env, and we want to copy that to /expressdemo.env. So now we got our env vars there, and we should be good on that part. I probably need to install .env. I do uppercase in tweet, but not in comments? Maybe. Wait, really? I didn't even notice. Hold up. I'm really curious about that. No. So hold on. You're saying uppercase, like, no, like, T3.gg is their name, and then nose. Like, you wouldn't capitalize the K in nose because the sentence started with T3.gg. So it's not the thing you capitalize. Like, R1, no, you're misunderstanding grammar at that point. Yeah, Chris knows just wouldn't work if you capitalized both. Yeah, sorry, I think you're misunderstanding grammar at that point. How dare you? I'm kidding. I'm just having fun. Yeah, just saying. Like, no. That's actually proper grammar at this point, right? The thing, the subject of this sentence is t3.gg, and the way we tag them is fundamentally lowercase. But the thing that follows them would not be uppercased because of that. This is their proper name at that point within this context. So capitalizing K here would actually be incorrect. Yeah, no worries, Standard. That's like a common thread in my life in general. People call me Griffin. They're wrong. I've actually stopped caring enough to correct people. Oh no, it's not Griffin, it's Griffing. I just don't give a shit anymore. If you call me Griffin, cool. I don't care. Whatever. If you call me Griffing, that's way better. If you call me Chris, then I know we're actually friends. No, that's fine, R1. I get it. You're okay, man. Dude, don't feel bad about it. I get it. Like, it's one of those things that's easy to miss because the tag feels outside of it, right? Yeah, the tag seems like tangential to the sentence I was saying, but really the tag was part of the sentence. So, like, yeah, don't feel bad. Griffin, and then the G at the end is another thing. I mean, we all know Bald Bearded Builder, right? If you don't know him as a streamer or content creator, he's awesome. He's a super chill dude. I totally forget his real name now, and I just refer to him as Bald Bearded Builder. So he's Triple B. But yeah, the first time I rated him, he called me CM Griffin G. Which makes me sound like a rapper, right? Like MC, CM, Griffin, G. But no, it's Griffing. I got the G at the end, right? For the most part, anyone with Griffing as their last name probably has some type of connection to my family at that point. If you see a last name Griffing with an ing at the end, there is most likely some type of like long-term relation that might suck in general. That I would not be like stoked on, but it is kind of cool to have a connection with someone, you know? But yeah, any Griffing in the US, I am probably connected to in some way, right? Family tree wise. Are you aware your name's an adverb? How many Griffings have I met in the wild? Actually, none. I've never met a single actual Griffing in the wild. Other than, like, someone I was related to. Like, directly. I know they exist. And specifically, the category they fall into is not really a topic I want to discuss that much. But you could probably figure it out. I'd like to think that my ancestors were cool. But I don't know, man. I don't represent them. I just got a name. Don't judge me for my name. I think that's as deep as I want to get with it. If you really want to start Googling the prevalence of the Griffing name, that's up to you. All right, so one thing I want to do is basically copy all of this, like everything. Let's just do it. Right, it's some JS magic. We're gonna call that good. We do need some kind of endpoint here. We see that like the slash works. So yeah, if we hit this endpoint and we get a foo, we do that. We have our instrumentation file. I actually want to bring in that file at the top of what we got. So yeah, inside instrumentation, the Pinot hook does not matter at this point, so we get rid of that one. Instrumentation FS and even the HTTP don't matter that much. But the other things should be wired up just fine. So let's remove this. And then, yeah, from here, all right, so we're inside of this Express demo. PNPM, I don't even know if I have a dev command set up for that. I don't think we do. We see it within web/app, but within here, we don't have a dev command. Oh, and hold up. This is JS, so we don't have types. So we just do that. Cool. We call it good. Okay, cannot use import statement outside a module. Yes. So that's on me. I am messing up all of that. So we need to go write that code, but I also need to go pee. So give me a sec. BRB. See you in just a sec. He drinks a whiskey drink. He drinks a vodka. All right, so I just turned on the fryer, and I'll be making some food here in a bit. I just bought a bunch of like gyoza for dinner today, because I got a flight tomorrow, you know, like tomorrow night, so we got stuff we can do. But yeah, so fryer's kicking up. We'll figure out what we do. Maybe I even eat while we figure stuff out on this stream, or I probably just end up raiding out before that time. But we'll see. I want to get this stuff wired up, though. And technically, yes, we can't do import in this instrumentation file, because, duh. Nope, that ain't it. OTLP, HTTP, bam. And the thing we want here is OTLP trace exporter, yeah. Oh man. I keep mistyping that one because I don't type very well. But yeah, this one is then at OpenTelemetry SDK trace node. Oh. Okay, cool. So we get rid of a bunch of these. Woo! Oh, nothing like a good couple sneezes to make you feel alive. So we have the server running now, right? We get inside instrumentation, we got other junk we're doing. Sorry. That one came out of nowhere. Man. Alright. When it sneezes, it pours. Heyo, hello world. Do we see a log? We do. Nice. So Express Init fired up. Yep, we are like fully auto instrumented. We saw the not found. Okay, okay. Service here is Express app. All right, so we're still not seeing that log value, and that actually means like the most to us at this point. The fact that we're still not fully wired up in the way we would expect it to be. So that hints at the fact that our console.log is not wired up. And that's really on my end. So, something about what we're doing here with node auto instrumentations, etc., is not correct. So I'm not using Pinot inside of the Express.js part. Okay, so we see the server respond with foo, as we expected. But when we go to search for foo, we don't see a single log of that. yeah, the auto instrumentation does not seem to be working as we expect for logging. And that is kind of a problem. So really, I'm doing something wrong. I don't know what yet. I have no idea. But it does seem consistent between what we're seeing in Next.js and what we've tried to do elsewhere. So, simple span processor or OTLP trace exporter. Are there cases where we need those? Yes, simple span processor and OTLP trace exporter. Yep. We got to bring those in separately. Okay, so we end up doing a bunch of that. Let's try and... Oh, that was the wrong place. We didn't kill that, though. In this part, we reboot this and restart it. OTLP trace exporter. Already defined. Really? Oh. And simple span also. Okay. All right, listening on port. Let's clear what we got here. Traces not defined. Really? They're not wrong. Okay, so we do that. Oh, I did not install that that module. So let's add that. Wait, what? Oh. Yeah, we good. Okay, we launch up. I refresh the page. Damn it, logger's not defined too. I keep forgetting that part. So logger here. Heyo. Okay, so this is the big thing. We're not able to get any of our log statements in our Express app or in our Next.js app. Technically, the auto instrumentation should be doing that. Yeah, so we're kind of doing a little bit of both. In our Express.js server, we're just doing CJS because I don't want to involve a build process. And ESM is not fully native for everything in a way that I would like yet. Maybe eventually, sure. But right now, for our Express, we're doing CJS. For our Next.js project, it's through a bundler, and we shouldn't have to care. Neither one of those is actually giving us values that we expect. Requires a loader. I mean, just if you look at it, we're doing require, which is automatically CJS, right? And that's still not doing what we need. Require is inherently CJS. There's something we need to end up figuring out that I just haven't yet. But we're at the point of the day where I want to eat some food and go play some games with friends here in a bit. Whether they're in there soon or not over on gaming, we can watch a show to kill the time, but I need food in my belly because the lemonades are catching up with me. And yeah, I was really hoping that we'd make this work kind of immediately. But Ben, I guess here's one big thing. We also have a Next.js app. And everything I've seen about the Next.js thing is, yeah, we just do get node auto instrumentations, we do some other stuff, and it should wire up, but maybe I'm missing something there. I don't know. The fact that we have the same issue between our Next.js app stuff that is bundled and should be able to consume ESM is fine, versus our Express version of things that is purely CJS and there's no bundler or loader involved. Something ain't right. I don't know what it is. So bundling and auto instrumentation are incompatible in most APM tools. Not sure about OTel. You work at Datadog on APM. Oh, that's super cool. Yeah, Ben, I would love to discuss this more. Technically, what we're doing with Express, though, shouldn't have that problem whatsoever, and we're having the same problem we had from our Next.js stuff. So I'm not sure what the problem is. Yeah, the Express one should just work. Now maybe I go and implement the Pinot stuff, and then we add that and see what happens. Let's do that in the meantime. I think that's a great idea. Because the Pinot auto instrumentation should kick in pretty easily, right? We'll copy and paste what we got for it, but let's add it and see what goes on. Oh, wow. Yeah, we see all of the props that we would not have expected. So that is actually, right, we see the Pinot log hook. We see all the other things added to it. And I would bet, ooh, we're not seeing that over in the stuff getting passed to our collector. Okay. So we kind of discovered that we can get this Pinot auto instrumentation working in the CJS version of Express, like, you know, building and all that, without TypeScript, all that stuff. In the Next.js, we weren't able to get any of the, like, extras on top of it, right? Like this log hook didn't fire, all the extra stuff was not added to it. Like Pinot would log, and that was fine, but we're seeing that it's adding a bunch of junk to it. And hold on, I'm not doxing my IP right now, right? No, I think we're good. Whew. But yeah, none of these extra props were making it through on the log. Because right now in our log, all we're doing is some junk of like, yeah, spreading the entire spans props into the log statement. But we're not seeing any of that stuff make it to our collector. And if we go and look at this right here and run our query, right, like we just don't see any of that log within the past 3 hours. That's not it. So Ben, like, no, what I'm pointing out is we're not in we're not in Next right now. This is just the Express endpoint. And we're not getting any of this to get propagated to our Loki ingest server, whatever it is, right? So no matter what, yeah, we're seeing a log for it, and that log hook is kicking out, but we're not seeing it get propagated to our collector. And because of that, there is something that we're not doing right, because this should go straight to the collector at that point, since it's hitting what we expected. So yeah, it's not even a Next.js problem at the moment. We're just not getting any of our Pinot logging or console.log stuff to make it to the collector. And that is like fundamentally the issue, I think. So I don't know what's going on at this point. And I don't know how to fix it, and I have no idea. But I kind of want food in my belly. I've had the lemonades. If you would like to hang out next time I stream on this channel, it'll probably be Friday, because I have to go to Arizona for work to do, like, you know, face-to-face stuff and all that. Hopefully that'll be the last time I have to do it for a long time, but we'll see. But yeah, none of the logs that we're doing besides this right here are making it to our collector, which has the debug like exporter added, right? The debug exporter is not seeing any of that stuff, which means something is not quite right. So yeah, Friday is the next time we'll have a chance to actually dig into this. If you're willing to hang out and chat and discuss and see what we're doing wrong at that point, I'd love it. That'd be great. But yeah, I need food in my belly, and I want to go play some games with friends. It's going to be shorts weather. I don't own a pair of shorts. I don't actually own a pair of shorts. I don't want to be walking around in my boxers. So I'm just going to be miserable in Arizona. As is tradition. Like, is anyone actually happy in Arizona? I know, the people that work at the company I work for are happy being there. I would not be, though. Give me rainy Washington any day of the week. But yeah, Ben, I'm stoked to have you here. Do you know AJ? Right, I think that's his name. AJ Stivenberg? I consider him like a fairly close acquaintance just because of streaming. So yeah, like, man, yeah, Datadog people. Yeah, AJ's great. He's the man. If you would like to hang out with us and help us figure out what we're doing wrong, that'd be great. But yeah, won't be until next Friday. So hopefully I'll see you soon. A few branches over on the org chart. Yeah, I mean, at Datadog, I bet the org chart's crazy. Yeah, that's like a crazy family tree. At GitKraken, the company I work for the past 2 weeks at least, the org chart's way simpler. And yeah, if you end up, like, if you use GitKraken, or anyone out there uses GitKraken, I need to know your stories. I need to chat about it at some point. But yeah, won't be able to do so for like another week. I fly out tomorrow night. I get back Thursday night. Tomorrow I might be on gaming stream. I'll have to figure that out. I'll probably have to like drive to the airport around like 4, so it'll be like a shorter stream over on gaming. But tonight I'll be over on gaming and hopefully playing some stuff with some people. Maybe it's just me and Algo Bro playing We Were Here. Like, or We Were Here Together or whatever. It's going to be in the 80s weather-wise while I'm there. hopefully that lets you know how much I'm looking forward to that. Luckily, the hotel I'll be in will have AC. I really hope. But yeah, let's go raid someone. Let me get some food cooking, because I can smell my deep fryer, like, basically burning oil at this point. I need to get some gyoza in there and cook them and call it good. Let's figure out who we're going to go raid. I see the Coppinger. I see Mawixi. I see Acorn. I see a bunch of other people. Let's do the Coppinger. Yeah. Dude, his camera is nice. Like, he's doing lighting really well, too. Like, yeah, I like his setup. Besides the really cheap fan in the background. Yeah, no. Coppinger's the man. He kills it. He's doing co-working, though, so we can't see even what he's doing, but, you know, whatever. Let's go hang out. He just started, so let's boost him up, keep him going. Willing to bet he just got another raid recently, too. I don't see it in the history, but I bet he is. Yeah, it's fine. Let's go raid him. Again, I want food in my belly. If y'all want to hang out, I got a gaming stream. I'm not sure what game we'll be playing together as a group. We're probably going to watch a show or two while we wait for the rest of the group to be ready. I know Robotic Head said he was going to be busy for a while, so he might not be here for another hour or two. So maybe me and Algo Bro play some game. Not sure. Ooh, he's like applying to jobs on work at a startup. Ooh, fancy. Hell yeah. More power to him. I hope he gets something. But yep, I'm going to click that button. We'll see you over there. I'll see some of y'all over on Griffing and Chill. And then the rest of y'all, I might see some of y'all over on Gaming tomorrow, but the rest I'll see on Friday. Later.